Hello. Hey, I'm like 3 or 4 seconds early, but I hope you guys will not hold that against me. But I was waiting here for a while, and I was like, you know what? Will I start my sprints 2 minutes early? And then I thought, like, okay, maybe I won't do that, but I will just start a few seconds early at least. How are you guys? Let me know if you can hear me fine because I don't have a mic on me. I'm just going through the audio that I hope is coming from the PC. So let me know if it isn't up to par, because then I have to figure out another solution for that. But Boro is here bright and early. Didn't want to stress about missing the start of sprints. I can get that, understand it. Hey Judith. Long time no see for all of you. Okay, that's good to know. Good to know. So I actually finally tried to calculate my progress because I hadn't really figured out a progress bar or anything like that for the weekend. And I have severely screwed myself by adding Anne of Green Gables on there because originally I just had like Bury Our Bones in the Midnight Soil and this book on there. And then it was like, okay, the third book was like to be determined, right? And by putting this on there, I've added like 400 pages to this weekend. So I am not halfway through the page count. I did in the time in between Barbora sprints and my sprints, I filmed the Right to the Reader video. So I have now filmed and edited the August wrap up. It should be coming in half an hour. And then I filmed the Rise of the Reader. I also did some updates to my vlog, but I guess I can only really count it as finished once the vlog is completely finished. But so I'm halfway through the filming and editing goal. But the page count goal is now an issue because I don't think it's not at all possible. But so yes, we need to try and get to 50% in this, or probably I'll edit the Rise of the Reader video in one of these sprints, which will also give me a little bit of an advantage because I need to get to 50% to get my rewards, because I need to get that in an evening because it's not something you do during the day. One page left. Yes, I am one page shy of being on track, which means that I have all of these sprints to get further ahead again. Like ideally, tomorrow I would like to be at 1,200 pages at the end of the day, but it's not like I'm going to be reading 200 pages tomorrow. So I should definitely try and get as far ahead as possible right now, because tomorrow I'm going to my parents for lunch, and so I'll be out for a few hours. Yes, I do have the audiobook for Anne of Green Gables. So that is the good thing about that. But the problem is that my brain is in of two minds about this whole challenge. But probably I should just focus on Anne of Green Gables. The issue is I'm struggling a bit with this one. And so I should be focusing on this one, trying to get ahead in this one as much as possible. But maybe I should just be happy if by the end of this weekend I am like 100 pages further in it, and then just leave it for the rest of it for to next week. Because yes, realistically speaking, I can get much further in this one and get much more percentage of progress from this one. Hey Charlotte. Hello, just got home and feel very tired and a little dizzy, I know. So I'm probably gonna take a nap, so I'll be ready for lots of reading later today. Yeah, definitely go and take that nap. Drink a bit of water, lay down, massage your body or something, or move it, because dizziness can also maybe come a little bit from like tight muscles. I don't know. You'll be a better judge of what's causing it in your case. Hello, Elena. How are you? Yeah, and how are you all doing with your goals? So I've talked about mine, but how are your goals going? Everybody still on track? Because in principle, I think we should be halfway, right? Because we had the Friday already, and we're in the afternoon of the second day. So normally we should have reached midway if we wanted to finish, I guess. Missed morning sprints because I had errands, then a nap. Nap time sounds good. If you need to get to 50% today, maybe hop over to Anne to reach that, and then maybe it will be easier to stick with the Earth book. Yeah, I mean, Anne is definitely indeed easier to get. I will admit that I find Anne to be an annoying character. I don't know whether that's a controversial opinion or not. Um, but yes, this will be much easier to get through because today I've already gotten through 75 pages of this just by listening to it in a few sprints, whereas I've read 30 pages of the other one. Massage could be an idea too for later, yes, indeed. Less than 50 pages left of Hunger Stone. You've got Hunger Stone. You've got this. Nowhere near halfway. Okay, good to know. I am quite close to it. I think I calculated, so for the filming video I'm at 50%, and then for the reading goal I'm at 37%. So I am. It's not like I'm super far off neither, but yes, it's not like I'm there neither. I'm on the sewing, so we'll finish that this evening. And for reading, I'm at 948 out of 1008. So 60 pages to go to be on track again. Nice. Also, when you guys get to after book 3 and Anne of Green Gables, I would be willing to do a buddy read. I have already read 1 to 3, but not any further. Yeah, that really just kind of depends because I don't know. This is just a real, like, how do we call that? A trial, let's say, because I really don't know whether this is going to be for me or not. Like, I wanted to pick this up because of its autumnal vibes. I am a little bit annoyed with Anne at this point in time, so I am hoping to love this and then read the entire series. But this one is really going to be the deciding factor there. If I find Anne, if I keep on finding Anne annoying, and if I don't find anything like rewarding by the end of this book, then of course I'm not going to continue on. But let's hope, fingers crossed, that I am going to enjoy this one a whole lot and want to continue on with the whole series. How many are that? No, I mean, I get it, she's annoying, but I kind of thought about it that she's just a child whose dream came true and is beyond excited, so I'm happy for her. Yeah, and it could also just be like the narrator that's like kind of grating on me or something like that, but I find her constant chippering quite annoying, but I also find the kids annoying, so it also makes sense. I understand she's a child, and it's just like, yes, this is why I hate children. Ole or hello. I would just always consider this as Ole spelled very weirdly. Hey, Erolds. Anyone knows the Anne show on Netflix? How does it align with the books? I was wondering because I assumed that there were like quite a few probably adaptations, though I've never seen any of them. So also not the Netflix one. But I was kind of wondering, like, there must be some adaptations if this is, like, I know the name Anne of Green Gables, I mean, mainly through BookTube, I gotta say. But if it's such a beloved, like, Canadian classic, then I would assume that there are some adaptations out there for it. Hello, hey Bella, I'm reading A Castle in the Air on Wings of Ash and Dust. That's a super long title. And I'm curious what it is. A castle in the air. Wait, what? And on the wings. Wait, on wings of Ash and Dust. Or are these 2 books? I think they're 2 books, right? And now I'm looking for this weird title that probably doesn't exist, and it doesn't help that I'm mistyping half of it. And Ash of Dust. A castle. Yeah, I think they're they're 2 different things, right? Castle in the Air, is that like the Ghibli book then? There's 8 books, okay. I watched the show and I liked it, but I can't really remember how well book and show align or not, but it's well done, okay. Hello, Larissa. I only know of the Netflix and anime adaptation, haven't seen either, okay. They're separate books, yes. That would have been a long title. Yeah, I mean, I was like, A Castle in the Air, and I was actually tempted by the book just because of how long that title is. So, booksellers, take note. I watched it ages ago, and it follows the main premise, but it adds in a lot in her younger years as Green Gables before she go wait as Green Gables before she goes away to college. Okay, so a lot more of her annoying side. It's basically a really long adaptation of the first book with extra adventures. Okay. I have seen other classics anime adaptations though, like Heidi, Peter Pan, Nils Holgersson. I don't know that one. I mean, I've never seen the Heidi adaptation. I think I only know Heidi through like the song, like the Dutch song that the Dutch guys here will know, or maybe not, because it's probably a very Flemish thing, because it's from like Samson and Gert, I think, right? So, and maybe you guys also don't know this song, but I actually don't actually know the song. So I actually own the story. So I only know Peter Pan from this. Yes, Castle in the Air is a Studio Ghibli, and second in-house moving castle. I don't fully remember Castle in the Air. I don't think it's definitely not one of my favorites, Studio Ghibli's. I think I found it quite boring potentially. So I could have Anne on Netflix's guilt-free activity later this weekend to refresh myself about what happened in the first book. Exactly. Yes, that could be a nice way to go about things. And I'm listening to the Saamhorigheidsgroep, and I'm going to start dinner. What's that? The Saamhorigheidsgroep. It's also spelled a little bit weird, right? Saamhorigheidsgroep. Yeah. Merijn de Boer. It has an amazing cover that I cannot share. It basically has a cover of a field with cows and a naked lady running in front of the cows on there. I'll have to look into it. Shortlisted for the Libris Literatuurprijs. Okay. Can't remember any Samson and Gert songs about Heidi, but did grow up with it. Yeah, it's like by Heidi in Tirol. There's a famous German Heidi song. Now it'll be stuck in my head for hours. Great. Yeah, I hope that this song is not stuck in my head for hours. But luckily, I don't know enough of the lyrics for me to get that stuck in my head, which I would say is the case. But on the other hand, sometimes I'm really stuck with like the same phrase over and over again from some songs. The Heidi anime was also directed by Takahata, co-founder of Ghibli, and Miyazaki also worked on it. Yeah, I've seen like the imagery of the anime, so but I've never watched it. I've never really been interested in watching it. I don't know. I guess the song from Samson and Gert created a certain vision in my mind that it wasn't necessarily all that appealing. But okay, let's get on to reading because I know a lot of us have some goals to complete. I will still read this one, and I think I'll prepare dinner in the next one for, yeah, eating phrases. So yes, I'm going to go for 45-minute sprints, the same as what Bora did. I've set it up now as a Pomodoro timer, so with 5-minute breaks and the 10-minute longer interval, but we will just see during the first break. If we do a lot more chatting, then I'll just like make the breaks in between a little bit longer. But so yeah, enjoy guys, and see you guys in 45. Hello. My apologies, but I don't have a timer on this apparently, because I also didn't get a. Even though it's on maximum volume, which would definitely be way too loud, it was on. Okay, so let's hope it does that next time. All right. How did you guys do? I listened to some 40 pages of Anne of Green Gables, and I am now past where I need to be in terms of the Aurelium TBR. But of course, I want to keep a little bit more of a head start because I went into this month with 230 pages head start. So we need to keep some of that head start to hopefully be able to keep up the entirety of the month and have some lesser days, maybe even a lesser week if need be. But so yeah. Elena said, I think will miss the first chat break because I'm expecting to FaceTime my friend, but I should be back later. Okay. Yeah, I'll talk to you later because I just saw your cross stitch. It looks amazing. I was trying to finish my last decor for the Haunted Bakery, the candied apples, but unfortunately my glue gun died on me. So now my house is a mess with drying clay, fake cakes, and apples on sticks. Okay. I'm just imagining like it's like fall exploded all over your house. Hello, Amal. How are you doing? Two pandas saved. Nice. Listening to Dying in the Wool by Frances Brodie. I feel like I know that name of Frances Brodie. Um, don't know the title, but it sounds like a cozy mystery, actually. Or I'm at least imagining that it's like a mystery for with a knitting club or something like that. Um, yeah, it's definitely like mystery, some sort of a Kate Shackleton mystery. Does it say here? Well, I don't have an immediate answer to the fact where it's cozy or not. Oh yeah, here, cozy mystery. Yeah, it's kind of what the title screams at me. Hello, Cutie Pie Cat. Yes, Cutie Pie Cat is lying somewhere else right now, but uh, she will probably come and grace us with her presence a little bit later again. Hey Daniela, finally done with work and pizza is in the oven. I also have like semi pizza that will be my dinner for tonight because I have like a pizza, but it's like on naan bread instead of on like a pizza dough that I have left over that I can warm up for tonight. Relax for a little bit and read 12 pages. Nice. Took a nap and scrolled for a bit. Now going to make iced coffee to get myself back up. Nice. Iced coffee did absolutely nothing. We respect. Currently making my own Wednesday menu to get in the spirit. Okay. I made dinner and picked up the mail, which I've been neglecting for 3 weeks. Oops. Yeah, I picked up the mail from my mailbox. I feel like Thursday evening when I had to put like the cardboard out, but I haven't actually checked the mail yet. It's just lying there in a pile all together. Need to press my seams, but I don't like pressing. Would rather have a snack, but I don't have anything at the house. Yeah, I have a few snacks. Like I had some nougat with me here earlier, but then I'm like, no, let's stop eating the nougat and just like eat the dinner, and then afterwards we can still go for the nougat. I have a little bit of candy as well over here. Um, Finished this week's Alien Earth episode and started a Star Trek book, Enigma Tales. Is it about the Enigma machine or probably not? I don't think that Star Trek is that real world based. Or I could just have a very wrong idea because I don't think I've ever seen anything like Star Trek wise. I've seen like images of what it looks like, but I don't think I've ever seen even like a clip from Star Trek or anything like that. So I don't actually have a real grasp on what Star Trek is. I'm going to turn on my iron so I have no excuse to start pressing. Exactly. I'm going to turn on the oven and then I have to wait a little bit for it to warm. Or I'm not going to microwave that. That's just going to ruin the taste. So turn on the oven and could be saying halfway through the sprint or something like that. But so yes, I feel like we can go into the next sprint and keep this schedule going, right? See you guys in 45. Hello, welcome back. Where's my bookmark? Ah. So I am. Yeah, 1,082 pages into my magical readathon TBR now. So yeah, made some progress there, and as some of you saw, I had my dinner as well. So I had my pizza. So we are having new sustenance, new energy, hopefully for some more sprints. Where was I? Yeah, just missed the chatty bit again. I ate my dinner and did the laundry. Yeah, I did a very short one because I did just like the 5 minutes, and then I saw that like no new comments had come in, so I was like, okay, you can just jump into the next one. And at that point in time, yeah, still had 40 minutes left. Sorry for making people jealous with the pizza. Ate my finished and watching season 5, episode 1 of Gilmore Girls, Turbulent Times. Yeah, exactly. 993 out of 1008. Nice. Almost there. You just have like what, 15 pages left to go. Nice. So next sprint you are also caught up again. Are you gonna is it your goal to try and get ahead? I think so, right? You also wanted to add something into the readathon, right? Am I misremembering that from yesterday? I was just listening to my music. From where is that quote? I know the quote, but I don't know from where. I did the dishes and listened to some more of the Gate of the Feral Gods, and I still love this series. Like, what is this one? Because it has an interesting title. Gate of the Feral Gods. Yeah, right. Dungeon Crawler Call. I actually don't think that I will like this series, so I might one day try Dungeon Crawler Carl, right? But it is not a high priority. I'll add whatever I can. Yeah, need to get the TBR down. Wait, is it? It is a wait. It is a quote. I was just being needle. Yeah, I feel like there is some sort of thing in which they call it like music. Music. That's not how I'm gonna find that, right? It's a type of music, but I feel like somebody else has some sort of series, has some sort of a quote or something like that, listening to the music. Said a person who's listening to an audiobook she doesn't own an e-arc. Yeah, what happened to that whole pile of books that you do own? I guess the mood wasn't in for them. Tidied up the flat and made that coffee, and I'm now working on the book sleeve, listening to She Would Be King, current count 125 out of 546. This is the page count, or this is you, or have you calculated in the meantime like the page count that you should be at to be on track? But nice, a book sleeve. So you're, or are you like crocheting it, or is it like a sewing? I'm almost confused about the English pronunciation of this sewing project. I ate and cleaned the kitchen. Nice. Yeah, I should also be cleaning the kitchen, but then I was like, yeah, but then like the sound of the dishwasher will be on. And even though I could, of course, already make the effort of unloading the dishwasher and reloading it, even if I don't turn it on yet, this was enough of an excuse to make me not do it at all. Mood, reading that brings the chaotic doom to the TBRs. The dungeon crawler Carl thingy, like I just think that the humor is not going to be for me. I don't do ebooks for my physical reads and wanted something to listen to during sewing, and the e-arc is November release that I also need to get read anyway. Nice. Yeah. Is it a November release? Because I kind of feel like this is the September Illumicrate book, right? Or am I just completely confused about that? Or is it a different one than the one I think you're reading? Oh, Yes, I calculated where I should be. Wait, let me pause this. Yes, I calculated where I should be, and I'm crocheting book sleeves. It's the fifth one already, and I sold one today. Nice! I have to go and check out your Instagram then. Are they on there? Then I get to see it. I'm wrong, it's earlier. Yeah, yeah, I feel like that book is the. I mean, I feel like when I got like the Illumicrate spoilers, that book was the September one. Could be mistaken, but yeah, that is what I think is coming my way at the end of this month. But so, wait, September 23rd. Yeah, yeah, okay. So that I can use for my, if it is indeed a Illumicrate book, then that I can use for Herket for the September release. I do also have another book in mind for the September release, but that one I won't have physically. So I guess I should prioritize the other option as a safer option for me to get to. But so let's go back into the sprints. I feel so bad because I'm like, Judith hasn't appeared, and so I no, she did appear. Okay, so I was already thinking like, oh, if she misses this chatty bit again, I feel bad for these very small chatty bits. They're not on Instagram yet. Okay, okay. Just made a story once a few days ago. So I'll share a picture in your Discord. Thank you. My Wednesday menu is done. You need to do something right where you don't have Wendy's and miss out. Yeah, but I mean, did we ever go to Wendy's when we were in the US? I feel like Wendy's is also not that amazing of fast food. Hello, I'm back. Gonna eat dinner hopefully soon and read more. Nice. What's for dinner? We are about to go into the next sprint. So talk to you in 45. Welcome back. If you hear like weird noises in the background, I did turn on the dishwasher and then I remembered that I was doing sprints. So if there's some weird like water sounds in the background, then that is what that is. But so yes, I have read more in my book, and then I also felt like, like the food just wasn't enough, like just not enough. So I also prepared some mini egg rolls that I still had in the freezer, so that I could have just a little bit more, because I was just feeling like I wasn't full. But I have reached the halfway point of the challenge, and so I am having my reward, which is a cocktail, which is an Aperol. So yesterday I ordered this like instant Aperol spritz with my takeaway in order to be able to drink it as a reward throughout this weekend. I think we were here, Elena. I think I've literally just missed the chatty bit, which is like let me know, guys, if you want me to do longer chatty bits in between, because I'm feeling a little bit guilty about you guys missing the chatty bits. Anyway, I caught up with my. I hope you caught up and not fought up with my friend, which was great, and did the ironing at the same time because multitasking is my way of life. Nice. I had dinner, now back to reading. I think I'll get that audiobook to help me get through the book today. Yeah, hopefully that'll help. Like, because it's quite short, I believe, right? So I'm assuming that the audiobook will also just be like a few hours, and if you then even speed it up, it should definitely still be doable, right? Read 39 pages, very well done. And I lit my book candle, so looking at my challenge goals, I am 50% now, yay! Challenge progress twins. A candle, that would also be nice, like, not that it's candle weather. I mean, I'm sitting here in bike shorts and a t-shirt, but just the idea, fall and a candle. Made it to page 268 of Highly Suspicious and Unfairly Cute. Cool title. Still listening to my music. Nice. Yay. Happy celebrating. Cheers. Yay. Also reached the halfway point of the book. Okay. Equally exciting. And showered. Nice. 31 pages and more work on the book sleeve. Oh, they look so cute. The ones with like the daisies on them are so cute. And yay to Charlotte for catching up to the book count that she needs to be at in order to be on track for finishing the Aurelian TBR. Though now I'm kind of wondering, does that mean that you've kind of set a TBR now? Because you just had like a pile of possibilities, right? To keep you like with open options for what you were feeling like in the moment. I finished dinner and started Sally Shawl. Nice. Ooh, April Spritz. We're going to have Virgin Hugo Spritz later today, but read 23 pages in this sprint. Nice. I'm also at exactly 50% in my book. Nice. I'm very close to the 50% mark in Anne of Green Gables. I think at this point in time, I have read 207 pages and still need to read 222 pages. I also, at this point, need to read less pages in Anne of Green Gables than in the Expanded Earths. So this is now it's definitely the one that'll be easiest to finish now because, I'm going through 40 pages per sprint or something like that. So 40 pages in 45 minutes, that's definitely not a normal reading pace for me. But of course, this is also an illustrated one. So if occasionally, like in the beginning, I was reading along, now I'm just like listening and typically playing a game. But if you then occasionally see me like going through the pages, it's because I'm looking at the illustrations for the section that I'm in. But so yes, that of course also means that there are more pages there than there need to be if it was just like pure text. So that is also, of course, a reason why it passes by much quicker than the other book would. We're all doing great, exactly. I currently have 12 books that I'm most excited about in this moment that I'm counting. Okay, but it could still change. Okay, like hopefully the ones that you've chosen now are like super thick ones, and like you could potentially like slide some shorter stuff in there if need be. 191 pages left to complete my reading challenge this weekend. I mean, that's amazing. That's doable. I guess it depends. Is this? I'm just gonna pause that. It's 191 pages in orbital or not, because yeah, you didn't necessarily say that you had to finish these books, right? It was just getting to the quarter mark of Aurelian. So I guess with that in mind, then maybe you still need to start something else as well, depending on which page count you still have in orbital. Actually, that's interesting to think. A quarter of the way, if I were to divide, because I more or less did that, but not exactly. So 4985 divided by 4. So I would need to get to 1246, which now with Anne of Green Gables, I'm thinking is very doable, considering that is just 100 more pages, which with this book would actually just be, I might actually still reach that tonight. We'll see, because I'm also, like, to some extent not feeling like reading anymore. Like it's been over 200 pages for today. But on the other hand, I might just like push through, just be like, you know what, it's not a chore for me to listen to this, so maybe I should just like continue for the rest of these sprints listening to this and have a nice head start again, that I can then slowly watch dwindle down the further away we get from today. They go from 304 to 544 pages. Most are in the 400 something range. Yeah, I think my biggest one is 540. That's Catabasis. But actually, yeah, I also have like quite a fair few in the 400, I feel like. So the Expanded Earth, Anne of Green Gables, Two Like the Lightning, and Seven Recipes for Revolution are all in the 400s, and three in the 500s, but one of those I've already finished. And then actually just 2 in the 300s, 3 in the 200s, well, 4 technically speaking, with Spy Family that I finished before the month, and then 1 under that. So 57 pages left in Orbital, which I want to finish today. The rest can be anything, probably Uprooted or Dawn. Yeah. I don't know. Have you made a decision about the Dawn live show? Because that also will determine if I need to get cracking on Dawn as well. That was probably going to be the smarter decision instead of Anne of Green Gables. But I just wanted to like embrace the fall atmosphere that I associate with Anne of Green Gables. But if Dawn is going to be like middle of this week, I absolutely need to get a move on that as well. Compared to last month, my reading will be slow, if any. You need like a what do you call that? A cleanse after last month's like debauchery. Yeah, I do 25% because I count on not being able to read during the book fair days. Yeah. Okay, so my total reading days this month is 28, not 30. Therefore, tomorrow is 25%. Makes sense. Yeah, I basically just calculate like 1,200 per week, and then I have less than 200 for the final 2 days to go. But actually, I'm going to be at 1,200 already 2 nights. I have an hour and 20 minutes left in this book and still need to set in the sleeves and hem the lower edges and sleeves. So still have time to go. I mean, I'm still definitely going to be here for a while. I haven't necessarily set an end time, but I mean, I'm not staying here past midnight. Let that be clear. But definitely, like at the very least, 2 or 3 more probably. I started Dawn today in the train. After the first 20 pages, I'm really intrigued. Okay, nice. My cleanse is technically October, which will be entirely filled with movies or shows. Nice. I'm thinking Dawn maybe Saturday or Sunday next week. Then it could be a Dawn weekend. Oh yeah, that would be nice. Like Sunday of next week, and then during the challenge weekends, a lot of us could be reading it then. That would be nice indeed. I just don't have the read it on hard mode pushing me, let alone 2 like last month. Yeah, definitely. And all the short stuff, of course, which kind of helps to have that momentum going. When you're able to finish books quickly, that's always like an extra boost to help you keep on picking up stuff and keep on finishing stuff. Just realized I hadn't added these pages to my account, so I'm a bit further in. Even better. But so let's go back to the sprints. And I think we will actually get a longer break next time, probably. I don't know. I've lost track of how many sprints we've done. So see you guys in 40. Hello, how did we all do? I have to update my page count. Click on the right things. Nice. So we have had a few people leave us in that sprint. So Denise has left because she was organizing the Wednesday watch along. So probably a few others of you guys also left to join that. So, I mean, you're not here anymore, but enjoy. I chatted more or less the entire sprint with my mom. She ordered some plushies and a blanket, and we talked colors and patterns and stuff. Nice. Only 70 pages in the sprint. We'll still need 2 sprints to finish. Yeah, I think that should definitely be possible, especially with the shorter chatty bits. And indeed, we have the longer one this time because it gave us a 10-minute one this time. But especially with how short I've been keeping the chatty bits, I think we can definitely still fit in 2 sprints. I am past the midway point in Anne of Green Gables at this point in time. 255 pages into it, and it is what, 430 or something like that. So yeah, making good progress with it, and yeah, occasionally I also find myself like chuckling with it, with like the stuff that she gets up to. She's still somewhat annoying to me when she's like babbling, but I'm starting to embrace it, which makes this by far the most successful day crochet mini business wise. Nice. I'm super close to finishing my book. Good. 1074 out of 1008. Whoop, 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 whoop. Yeah, also making nice headway and building up a little bit of a reserve that we'll probably need throughout the week. Like, I am close to reading 300 pages today. I mean, everything down to the audiobook for Anne of Green Gables. If I would have read The Expanded Earth, we would not be at the same page count. But like, that type of page count is not possible for me throughout the week. I mean, most of this week the page count has been under 100. I think on Thursday I finally really settle down and try to tackle the backlog. But yes, I'm happy to build up a little bit of a reserve again so that I can have a few more evenings again this week, this upcoming week, in which I will just not be reading all that much. Having dinner now and then some apple strudel for dessert. I would say I'm jealous, but I'm not actually. I don't like warm apples. Though I made apple crumble myself once and then I did enjoy it. Maybe it was just like because I made it myself that I was like, I will enjoy this even though I don't like the texture of warm apples. Yeah, that's the way to go. She is annoying when she just babbles on, ignoring her adoptive mother. But if you embrace it, it's so much fun. Yeah, I mean, there are multiple things that can annoy me. Like, the adoptive mother is also starting to become less annoying because in the beginning, occasionally, like, she was annoying in like her way of trying to set and to rights. And now I feel like she's also like me, come to just like embrace who Anne is and then like try to scold her and like put her off or like set her right, but basically like actually not really trying all that much anymore because she's just like, yeah, okay, that ain't happening. Well, but Bora's jealous. I mean, I'm jealous to some extent, but and I think I do like warm apples more than I used to. I think last year I also went for the apple beignets, so today I rewarded myself with some smartable or beignets as my 25% reward. But you can also get apple or pineapple smartable, and I had the apple ones for the first time last year, and I did not find them disgusting. So that was a win. I adore strudel. Yeah, she grows on you, exactly. She wears you down. Samuel made us a treat for his birthday at work, but we had filling left and just got some more dough to bake it in. Exactly. Like, you always need to make like a little bit extra for yourself so you can also enjoy the treats. I quite like the speculoos smartable. I've never had the speculoos smartable. It's like it is like the apple beignets it's bigger with a filling inside, or it is like the size of the regular smartable with maybe some speculoos herbs in the dough or what. That's a success then, yes. And we have little Faith over here. And I feel like Faith does not like this pair of shorts because all week this cat has been on my lap every single time that I lay down. And like earlier today as well, because before I went to the city center, I was wearing like another pair of pants. Like a long trouser, and then she was also lying on there. But now that I'm wearing these, she's like, no, I have no interest in in joining you. Or like she tries to, and then she's like gone after 1 second, which is what she used to do before, like this week. You guys always talk about the smartables, or sorry, smartable, or what they are called. Do they have vegan ones? I'm not entirely sure because I do think that I'm not even sure about the oil because we're talking about smartable and oliebollen, and I do believe that there's a difference in the oil. Smout vegan. Yeah, that's difficult to find basically. But it seems like this is a plant-based oil or what? Yeah, I would have to look that up. But I don't know whether smartabollen vegan. Well, there are recipes for vegan smartable, which makes me assume that smartable are not vegan in and of themselves. Yeah, okay, so it is indeed the oil. So it says here they're traditionally non-vegan because they are baked in smout, which is an animal fat. And the dough may contain eggs and milk. The may there is like... yeah, and so then it comes all of a sudden it switches to an oliebol, which it then says like comparable to smartable. It can consist out of purely vegan ingredients. However, many bakers deviate from that. So I guess it's something to be asked because I haven't seen it mentioned on the stalls, whether it's vegan or not. I don't think that they have like a vegan smartable on there neither. But it can also be one of these things where it's potentially just done in a vegan way, but they don't like advertise it. It's a beignet with speculoos cookie in it, I think. Okay. Interesting. I don't think I've seen those around. I'm also happy that the autumnal ambience videos are now appropriate. The summer ones didn't hit the same. I mean, I've had like autumnal ambience videos on for like the entirety of August and some of July, so I call them both the same thing. Yeah, I think it is just like the oil that is the difference as far as I understood it. But yes, I mean, here at least this region, we always call it smoutable. I didn't hear about oliebol until I started hearing Dutch speakers. Technically, smout is a meat fat, I believe. Yeah. Yeah, sometimes they don't advertise things as vegan. People still tend to think things are not as good just because they are vegan. So it's safer for the business, I guess. Yeah, so I think like traditionally speaking, it is not a vegan dish because of the oil. But so yes, it is possible that they're making some vegans, that they're actually making them vegan and just not advertising it. But yes, I definitely haven't seen like a vegan option on it. It's not like there's like the regular smartable and the vegan ones on those things. Then you would have to go for like the fries over there. But even then, the question would be, I mean, I guess the fry shacks at the kermis would have to kind of follow the trends of baking in plant-based oil, at least for the vegetarian stuff. I mean, I have never questioned whether they do that or not. But I think most of the fry chefs actually bake in plant-based oil, and it's very rare to still find a fry shack that fries in like the animal grease. And you do taste that because when I was at my previous job, I was not vegetarian yet at that point in time, even though I don't tend to make like the go to the effort of figuring out which oil they're using. But when I was at my previous job, the fry shack we went there when we went to there, like the fries were, I'm sad to say, but they were indeed divine. And that made me think that those were probably baked in the real animal grease, and that was like the first time I had had fries in animal grease, probably. And so then I could realize, like, okay, if you've had these fries all of your lives and then you have fries from plant based oil, I can understand people saying it's not as good, and I guess, but it's just your frame of reference, and I've never had any. So yeah, for me, it's no problem having my fries regularly, and I think the majority of fry shacks actually nowadays don't fry in animal fat anymore. It's just too expensive. For me, the ambience rooms have to match down to the time of day and even the day of the week if they mention that. Wow. No, no, I'm always going for like the late at night rain type of ambience room. So most of mine are just like stormy weather with a dark sky behind. I just realized I'll be in Leuven on Thursday. Where can I get my beignets? I mean, you can get them on the square in front of the station and then on the La Deuze square. But you'll be there during the day or you'll be there in the night, because otherwise you could potentially meet up if you're coming in the evening. Though I have Thursday is not a good night because I have physical therapy, so I'm home later than I usually am. I match my ambience to the book I'm reading. Ah, okay. Yeah, I don't do that, no. I just want stormy atmosphere. But so let's get back to reading because Barbora has a book to finish so that she can get more points for her kids. Okay, you guys hear me? So I'm kind of stuck at the moment because I figured if I place her, like if I place the blanket over me, I could keep Fate on my lap, which turned out successful. Except for the fact that now the sprint is over and I still have a cat on my lap who does not like to be disturbed in her relaxation. So let me know if you hear me. I am now 1,218 pages into my Aurelian TBR. So I am actually where I need to be by the end of tomorrow. So I'm very happy with that progress at the very least, because that means that uh, tomorrow, in principle, I can slag off. Not my intention to slag off tomorrow, but it does remove some pressure away from tomorrow because it means that tomorrow there's no real need to read. So, like, I don't have to stress about reaching certain page counts. Charlotte's saying shorts are hidden, so she can sit on your lap again. Exactly. Like I guess it is something about like having my full leg covered or what, because as I said earlier, I was wearing long pairs of pants and I didn't have a blanket because originally, like 2 weeks ago or so, when she started sitting on my lap more, then I was just thinking it was because of the return of the blankets. But I basically had the blanket only a few times because it is definitely still too warm in my apartment. But then she started coming even if the blanket wasn't there, so it's not just the blankets. Can hear you fine, perfect. We're about read 30 pages, 10 pages left, almost there. Nice. Yeah, I don't know whether you guys want more than one sprint. I'll definitely do the one sprint, but that'll take us to like 10:30, I guess, or we should do a longer sprint, but I cannot actually change the timer right now. 32 pages and good progress on the book sleeve. Could possibly finish it in one more sprint, but didn't have dinner yet. Wow. No dinner yet. So that will come first. Yeah, definitely. Don't starve yourself. Charlotte is at 1,105 pages out of 1,008. So also already 100 pages ahead. So that's already a nice reserve you've built yourself there as well. We've got this. We're building we're like chipmunks building a reserve for winter or building a reserve for later within the month when we're totally burned out from having built this reserve early in the month. I'll probably be moving to bed after the next sprint. Yeah, I also think that probably 10:30. I mean, we'll stop the sprint at 10:30, and then we'll be able to chat a little bit further as well. So then, like, it'll be like nearing 11. So I think that that's probably a good time to end it. So I'm gonna say that the next sprint is the last sprint. If somebody can put it in the chat, that would also be lovely because I cannot put a banner on right now. So I would say one more sprint, one final hustle. I will be crossing. I'm at page 298 right now, so I'm crossing into the 300 mark. So I mean, if I really wanted to, which I'm not gonna, I could have even finished this in a single day, which is pretty impressive, pretty fast read. Now you're all putting it. Thank you very much. But so yes, I'm actually dying underneath this blanket because it's actually way too warm for a blanket. So I'm actually waiting for the moment that this cat disappears from my lap. But I'm afraid it might still take a while. So enjoy, guys. Let's go into our final sprint. And yeah, talk to you guys in about 45 minutes. Let's see if I can actually mute myself again because this is a very unhappy um, angle for the arm. Hello, let me just turn that timer off. So, how did you guys do? Where did you guys land? I am like some 6 pages shy of where my let's turn it off, where my page count there says that I have, because that is calculating towards the end of the chapter that I'm currently listening to. So 5 more minutes of listening to that chapter and I will be there. But so yes, I am now close to 300 pages ahead of where I need to be in order to be on track for William, which is a very nice feeling, I can tell you, because that means that, yeah, I mean, it means we can slack off a little bit, but it ideally means that I will be able to fit in an extra book. But let's just leave that for what it is for the time being. Let's just see if we can hang on to a little bit of that head start for the remainder of the week that is to come. Tomorrow, as indicated, I'll have less time to read, but actually, I mean, it'll just be a few hours less than I had today, so it's also not going to be like a huge impact. But yeah, so I'm very happy with the progress that I made so far today. And also something that finally happened is like, I don't know when I first checked this, but at some point, probably July or so, I saw that I was like more than 1,000 pages behind on my yearly goal for the page count, and now I'm ahead of the page count goal. So yesterday I was like slinking in on it. I was less than 100 pages behind, and now I'm over 100 pages ahead. So very happy with that as well, even though that page count goal is very, very random. So there's really no reason to chase it, but I said it, and now I also kind of want to live by it. So Sharon's finished her audiobook and she wanted to move to the bed, but had the same issue as me, stuck underneath the cat. And this is the moment in which fate left me. Well, I must admit that I kind of forced her hand in that by moving my legs, but I was just really like dying. I also had a little bit of a weird moment in which my heart was like I felt like with my chest like rising and stuff, as if my heart was going a little bit crazy. So a little bit worried about that, I'm not gonna lie, but it was just for a few seconds and then it stopped. So I'm sure that it was just like, I don't know, just a little bit of a weird moment. Still alive, yes. This was the final sprint though. We will be rounding things off here. Home and unpacked. Unpacked kitty. How do you unpack the moment that you get home? I still have like the t-shirt that I wore yesterday was a t-shirt that is still in my that came out of my suitcase from London, and I still have a pair of pants and a skirt in there. Just in time for last chatty bit. Hello, hey Ivka, how are you doing? Also finished both A Certain Hunger and Bloodwater Paint, so I feel like I was an honorary sprinter. You definitely were. Hope you enjoyed Bloodwater Paint. How did you feel about A Certain Hunger? I'm pretty sure I DNF'd it. Finished my book and updated the vlog. 134 pages left this weekend. Nice. You've got this. You've got this. Pondering still reading one more short book for Herkiet that I could squeeze in for William somehow. I've somewhat been debating, like, I think that there was a prompt in Herkiet 1 to finish a book in one day, but I'm pretty sure it was also a 500 plus page book, right? So I shouldn't even attempt to finish this tonight, right? Because I do think it was a combination of those two. And then I was just thinking, like, there's no way that I can ever finish a 500-page book in one day. So nope. Read 35 pages and had dinner. I only have one row left to finish that project. Good. I mean, we're all doing great. Perfect. Sue just decided to set me free. Yeah, nice. 1,149 out of 1,080. Nice. Yes, on a roll. I'm a very efficient unpacker. I always do it immediately. But I can imagine, like, she wants your attention. She's like, come on, that can wait until tomorrow or like 2 months down the line. I still had stuff in the bag that came to me from London at the beginning of August. Yeah, I mean, mine is a little bit later in the month of August, but I mean, it isn't unpacked, so who knows when I finally finish. Welcome home, Kitty. Printed impressed as well with the instant unpacking. Only put that away earlier today. Aha, nice. I like a certain hunger, but I think it really depends on whether you like the narrative voice. Yeah, that is exactly why I DNF'd it. It's not my writing style. Uh, I don't think it's a super great book to marathon like I did today. Yeah, I mean, the how is it cannibalism? I don't even remember if I even had cannibalism in the section that I read. So I'm pretty sure I gave up on it pretty early on. If anyone else wants to continue for one or more sprints, let me know. We can do some chat sprints on Discord. I'll still be going for a bit anyway. Yeah, definitely. Good suggestion indeed. I think that, I want some time away from reading now, that I will just be like watching something probably with the rest of my evening, to just unwind a little bit. I've been marathoning through this book quite enough, 349 pages of it in one day. So yeah, I think that my brain needs a break from the reading. But indeed, there are some who are just joining now, who might want some more sprints. I don't think I'll read another. I'd be pushing it really hard for no good reason and not enjoying it. And yeah, that's of course always the hazard that you have if you're going to just put in even more. Is that you're just like you're doing it just for the numbers. And you might even start to resent the book if you're starting to struggle with sleep and stuff like that. I'll be going to bed, but I'll be back at it tomorrow morning. Yay! Yes. I don't know about Bora if there's any plans for tomorrow in the end. I know you asked earlier in the weekend if anybody was going to be sprinting. I don't know if anybody responded to that or not, or if it's going to be more sort of like chat sprints over on Discord for tomorrow. I'll be off for a few hours there, so I will only be able to join like early on in the day, or like from 5 on probably, because then I'll probably be back home. But yes, probably there will just be some chat sprints tomorrow, I'm assuming. And then we'll see for next week. And Timmy, feel free to give me another time slot. I think next weekend I will be home all weekend, so I should also be able to do whenever. I will be sprinting at 5 p.m. I think. No plans for until then, so anybody feel free to host sprints if you'd like. Yes. So yeah, I will be lurking in the chat sprints if anybody is doing chat sprints. But I think I'll probably in the morning mostly be focusing on like editing. Thanks for hosting. Yeah, you're welcome. I had a good fun time, and I'm happy to have done some sprints over here as well again, because I did some for Game Marathon, but that has also already been more than a month ago. But so yeah, hope you guys have a lovely evening. Read you guys in the chats definitely still tomorrow, maybe even tonight still. And for those of you who are still here, have a nice evening, sleep well, and I'll read you later. Bye. And need to click again.